Well, hello. I'm Anna Buckle. This is Graham Jones, and we're here at the Time and Date studio in Norway. And over the next fortnight, we'll be bringing you 2 live eclipses. But today, the sun is the star. There's a partial solar eclipse across Europe and Asia. And in 2 weeks, we're going to have a total lunar eclipse across North America, Australia, and Asia again. But first, Graham, what's up today?
Yes, today, as you say, Anna, we have a partial solar eclipse across Europe, a tiny slice of North Africa, and the western half of Asia. We are going to see the moon move across the face of the sun and block out part, but not all, of the sun's disk today. The eclipse will be starting in about 20 minutes. The moon's outer shadow will be touching down and striking the Earth at a point just north of Iceland, starting there at 8:58 UTC. And we have a UTC clock ticking away in the just underneath you there, Anna. Yes, yes. So that's when the eclipse starts worldwide. And then we have telescopes lined up across Europe and Asia to capture the event as it happens across the continent. Right now on our screen, we are looking at a picture of the sun coming from Durham in northern England. These are from our friends at Go Stargazing. The eclipse in Durham will be starting at 9:04. So in about 20 minutes from our feed in Durham, we will start to see the moon biting away at the sun's disk. And then across our other locations throughout Europe and into Asia, we will see the eclipse develop over the next 4 hours. We have in total 4 hours worth of solar eclipse to bring you today.
And we've got some awesome partners that are helping us bring this eclipse to you today. So we've got a map showing all the different locations where we will be for this solar eclipse. The shaded parts, they show where the eclipse is going to happen or is, well, hasn't happened yet. So it's going to all start at 08:58 UTC, isn't that right, Graham? So
right.
the shaded parts show you where you can see today's eclipse. We have a fantastic team of partners across the eclipse area, and the pins show roughly where they're based on their telescopes. So where they're pointing their telescopes up against the sky there. And locations, like you said, cover the whole eclipse from start to end. 4 hours of eclipse goodness there. So I'm going to take us through our locations. First, at the North Cape, we've got Time and Date's mobile observatory. They're expecting a 58% eclipse today, so that's more than half of the sun being covered by the moon. In Tromsø, in Norway, still there, the Arctic University are streaming to us as well. They're expecting about 55% coverage. In Stavanger, alas, clouds, that's our studio, 33% would have been covered or is covered, but covered by the clouds there. In the UK, we have Go Stargazing. They're in Durham, and they've got a 19% coverage. Also in the UK, we've got Greenwich. We're cooperating with the Royal Greenwich Observatory there, 15% coverage. Over to the east, in Lithuania, Vilnius University is helping us stream the eclipse. They're looking at a 50% eclipse there. We have had some news about bad weather there, so we might not see any images from there. In Siena, Italy, we're working with the University of Siena. They have 16% eclipse. Also in Italy, the Italian National Institute for Astrophysics, ENAF for short, in Naples, and Catania in Sicily are looking at a 15% eclipse. The Istek Science Center in Istanbul in Turkey are looking at 38% eclipse. Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates we're working with them, the International Astronomical Center. They're also streaming for us 37% eclipse. And last but not least, in Karachi, Pakistan, we have Astron Instruments helping us out today, and they're looking at a 39% coverage of the sun there. So we have a massive lineup for you guys today.
Right, it's a spectacular lineup. We're very fortunate today to be working with some of the leading astronomical observatories in Europe and Asia. As we said, the eclipse will be starting in around about 15 minutes now. Our first location will be the one we're looking at right now, Durham in the UK. 9:04, we will start to see the moon eating away into the sun. We've also just brought up in the top right of our screen there, our image from Tromsø in northern Norway. The eclipse there will be starting soon after Durham at 9:07. We will start to see the eclipse begin in Tromsø. So we've got a lot of action coming up in a very short time. A quick word about the weather. Anna, you've already mentioned it. It's late October, and Europe does have very high average cloud cover at this time of year. So we are looking at some clouds in the UK. We're looking at some clouds in Lithuania. We've got clouds across Norway. So that could be a challenge for us today. We can actually see in the pictures from Durham, we can see some light clouds skidding across the front of the sun there. But we have our fingers crossed, and we do wish everybody clear skies for today's eclipse. If you are in Europe or Asia, and if you're able to go outside and see the eclipse for yourself today, Anna, we do have a very important safety message.
I have some fancy props right here. These are time and dates eclipse glasses. And when I put them on, I can't see anything, because that's the whole point. Do not look at the sun without proper eclipse glasses, solar filters on your cameras, on your telescopes. It will damage your equipment and your eyes if you do look directly at the sun. So we're going to be here next 4.5 hours. Eclipse happening in about 10 minutes or so. And we're pretty excited. We're going to see the moon start to cover the sun as the eclipses start across Europe. And be sure to go to timeanddate.live. This is where you can find all kind of background info on what's happening with the eclipse, with our partners, our locations, everything you want to know about the eclipse and more. And we will be back shortly telling you more about this exciting eclipse. So stay with us. welcome back. We've been looking at some glorious images of the sun there from Durham and from Tromsø in Norway. And the eclipse obviously isn't happening yet, but we wanted to say a little bit about our partners here that we're looking at on the screen. So in Tromsø, we're working with Steinar Thorvaldsen and Børge Irgens. Very Norwegian names there. They're at the Arctic University of Norway, and they're streaming from the planetarium in Tromsø. This is the second time that we're working with them. Last time they were clouded out, and this time they're extremely lucky. They're sending us this gorgeous yellow sun. So that's Norway for you. Sunny this time of year.
Yes, that's great. That's great. And in our main picture at the moment, we have the feed from Durham in northern England. Just a reminder, the eclipse will be starting there in about 6 minutes. So we are about to see the moon enter that picture in Durham. The feed here is coming from Go Stargazing, which is a huge network of astronomers and astronomy clubs across the UK. It was founded by Neil Sanders, who's a very good friend of Time and Date. And these pictures from Durham are coming from Keith Jones, who is a very experienced solar photographer, and he's bringing us beautiful images of the sun today. We can see some light clouds moving across the face of the sun. We're enjoying some prominences around the edge of the sun, some little loops of plasma that come out of the sun that we can see around the edge. And yes, the eclipse will be starting in Durham in 5 minutes, Anna.
Yeah, in Tromsø it will be starting in 7, so this is going to be a really busy start to our show. So let's just speed it up. We've got a map, video that shows us how the eclipse shadow spreads across Europe and Asia today. When we say the moon's shadow, we're talking about the penumbral shadow. We're not talking about, that's the light outer part of the shadow that will skim across the globe today. We're not talking about the darker part of the shadow, the umbra, that will not hit the globe today. That's during a total solar eclipse. And unfortunately, that's not what we're in for today, Graham. But how fast does this shadow move? We've sped it up a bit here on the screen, haven't we? That's 20 seconds for 4 hours of eclipse.
That's right. This animation that's now playing on a loop in the top right corner of of our screen. Yes, this is 4 hours compressed into 20 seconds. So the moon's outer shadow touches down just north of Iceland, and that spreads then across Europe, across into Asia, down into the Middle East, and into South Asia. And yes, in total, it takes about 4 hours until it leaves the Earth's surface once again. The final place to see an eclipse today will be a point in the northern Indian Ocean. So this is it's covering a big distance from Greenland all the way across to Sri Lanka. It's a distance of about 10,000 kilometers. And that means the moon's shadow is moving across Europe, moving across Asia at thousands of kilometers per hour today. We are just a few minutes away from the start of the eclipse in Durham. We will have to wait a lot longer for it to start across in Asia. We'll have to wait for the shadow to move all that way. In Abu Dhabi, the eclipse will be starting at 10:42 UTC. In Karachi, almost 2 hours from now at 10:57 UTC. So we've got a lot coming up over the next 4 hours.
So make sure you take a look at timeanddate.live. We've got more information about the eclipse there. We've got information about our partners, we've got behind the scenes, and we've got pictures from the eclipse. So take a look and see you soon. Wow. Well, that was a busy start. We have been worried about clouds for weeks, but we're watching some gorgeous images there from Durham, Tromsø, Greenwich, North Cape, and Naples. So it's been busy backstage here at Time and Date, making sure that we get to show all these beautiful images of the sun. We're hanging on for the eclipse starting in Istanbul in about 5 minutes, but here in Naples, we can really see that the moon has slowly started to eat a little bit into the sun there. And I hope everybody had their eclipse glasses ready. I'm going to show them again because I think they're really cool. Because I hope they get to kind of peek around the side of their telescope and look at these eclipses live as well. And Graham's going to tell us a little bit about our partners in Naples and Greenwich.
Yes, so in our top right corner, there we have our picture coming from Greenwich in London. This is coming from our friends at the Royal Observatory, Greenwich. We've been working there with Jake Foster, Greg Brown, Richard Shields, and Chris Cougar. And they are sending us these images from the Annie Maunder Astrographic Telescope in Greenwich. This is a telescope that was named after a pioneering female astronomer and astrophotographer and science communicator, Annie Maunder, who started work at the Royal Observatory all the way back in 1891. And on our main screen, we have our pictures coming in from Naples in Italy, where the eclipse has just started in the last few minutes. in Naples. So here, this is coming from the Astronomical Observatory of Capodimonte, which is a park on a hill in Naples. It has amazing views down to the sea and across to Mount Vesuvius. And these images are coming from Luciano Terranegra and Maurizio Oliviero, who are part of the team at the Astronomical Observatory of Capodimonte, which is run by the Italian National Institute for Astrophysics. And as always, we're incredibly grateful to our amazing partners across Europe and across Asia who are bringing us these images today. Anna, just one question we should deal with. We're looking here at a partial solar eclipse. What is a solar eclipse? It's no coincidence that today is new moon.
No, because solar eclipses can only happen at new moon. It's actually, in fact, the only time you can actually see the new moon. And it is the sun, the moon, and Earth just lining up, and the moon getting in front of the sun and blocking our view of the sun as we stand on Earth. So we're basically looking at the new moon eating its way, moving across the sun there as we stand on Earth looking at this. And it's not a perfect line. That's why we've got a partial eclipse today. If it was a perfect line, it would be a total solar eclipse and the new moon would cover the sun completely. But we have to wait until 2026 to see that in Europe. So a few more years of patience there and hanging on to remembering where you've put your eclipse glasses until that time. So that's going to be a bit of brain power being used there. We're going to be looking at several more maxes. I've been looking at Istanbul. We're hoping to get the start of the eclipse there in just a few minutes. We're going to stay tuned and make sure to check out timeanddate.live for more information about the eclipses, our partners, and pictures and all kinds of fun stuff going on there in our news feed on timeanddate.live. So see you soon back here for more commentary. Wow. At the moment, we're almost looking at a black screen there, but it is the clouds covering the sun in Siena, Italy. And we have been looking at the moon eating into the sun in so many different locations that Tromsø, up in the North Cape, Durham, Greenwich, Naples. Am I missing any, Graham?
Istanbul, we've had some great pictures in from
Istanbul,
there.
there you go. There you go. We've got so many wonderful partners with us today that it just it bundles up. We're soon reaching max. We're approaching max of this eclipse, and the moon will kind of move slowly away from the sun again. But we're looking at this gorgeous sun from Siena, Italy, and we're going to have a bit of a chat with our partners at the University of Siena. It's Alessandro Maccini, who's the director there, and Claudio Valerani. And they're good friends. They've been doing this for decades, for more than 30 years. And if we're lucky, we're going to have a look inside the dome of the observatory. They've mounted a solar telescope on top of the big telescope. So we're going to bring in Alessandro right now. Alessandro,
Hi.
so good to see you.
Good morning, Han. Good morning, Graham. How are you?
Hey, yes. Good morning, Alessandra. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for sending us these great images. And you're having a bit of a fight with the clouds there in
Yeah,
Siena this morning.
we had clouds till 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, and some clouds passing over the sun. But now the image of the sun with the moon in front is fantastic with our solar telescope. I hope you enjoy.
Yes, and these images are coming from the observatory at the University of Siena. Could you just tell us a little bit more about the setup at the observatory there?
Yeah. Thank you, Graham. Our observatory is a didactical facility of the University of Siena. We thought to teach the basic of astronomy to our students in physics, but we can perform research too. So we are involved in some field of research like asteroids, variable stars, extrasolar planets, and blazars, active galactic nuclei very far from us. The telescope is not so big; is 12 inches, is 30 centimeters in diameter, and for the eclipse we mount on top of the main telescope a little solar telescope with hydrogen alpha filter to see the sun filtered in red light, the hydrogen lines of a wavelength of the sun. So it's a small didactical facility of the university, but it's powerful enough for our students to introduce them to some field of research they can perform.
It looks gorgeous, and we're going to be able to look inside the dome as well,
Yeah,
where your colleague Claudia is, or your colleague
yeah,
and your friend.
Claudio
And there
is
he is.
working. Claudio is working, tuning the filter of a solar telescope to obtain the better image we can share with you. So Claudio is very involved this morning because the clouds. But Claudio is a very good friend of mine and a great collaborator of our activities. He helps me every time I need some help because he is a young retired nurse. So, but he is very fascinating about astronomy, and so he is very happy to be here with us. And he cannot hear me, so I could tell anything about him. But very good friend. He's a very good friend.
Well,
We can see
that's
that
great. And
Claudia's working really hard in there.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
wonderful to get this view inside the dome there. That's terrific. And Alessandro, this the dome there and the observatory. This is a fully automated observatory. Could you tell us the story behind the
Yeah,
automation of the
I'm very
observatory?
proud of this story. You know this story because we met 1 month ago for a congress in Granada, in Spain, and you know the story. But I am very happy to share this story to time and dates friends. Uh, the story began 12 years ago when I had a student, Elisa, very clever, very smart, but Elisa is forced on a wheelchair, and she never could come inside the observatory because we have a very narrow stairs to go in the observatory. So I thought with my colleagues and some friends like Claudio to perform an automation of all the instruments inside the observatory. And in a couple of years, I bought a new telescope, a new mount, and the electronic boards to perform the automation. And from 10 years ago till now, the observatory is fully automated, and I can manage all the instruments inside the observatory with my smartphone if I want. When I am at home, I can have a nice dinner or watching the television, and the telescope acquire the images for our research activities while I can perform a normal life. It's very powerful and useful.
Yes,
And
yes.
the
Well,
first person who had the password to connect to the observatory after me was Elisa, because I thought to automate the observatory for her disability.
yes, that's great. And her studies and research was all successful?
Yeah, yeah. Elisa, last July, 3 months ago, discussed their PhD thesis, and now she is very proud of her studies at the University of Siena. Slow, but very strong. So Elisa taught me many more things than the ones I could teach her. Sure.
Yes, yes.
Never
Well,
give up.
that's
Never give up.
absolutely. That is a terrific story, and thank you very much for sharing the story today. And thank you very much for having us inside the dome. And it's been great talking to you today. Thank you very much for that. Um, we should just say that the maximum eclipse in Siena is around 10 minutes from
10
now.
minutes. Yes.
That's right. Yes, 16% of the sun, 16%, will be covered at maximum eclipse in Siena, and that is around about 9 or 10 minutes from now. Anna.
As always, take a look at timeanddate.live for detailed information about the eclipse, about Alessandro and Claudio and the other wonderful partners that we're working with, and pictures and about us. So go and have a look, and see you soon here on timeanddate.live. So here we are again. We're about halfway point of this live stream. We've passed a few maxes in many other locations that we've been looking at on the screen. In Tromsø and North Cape in Norway, max has passed. In Siena and Naples in Italy, max has passed, and that means that the moon is moving off the sun again. So unfortunately, it didn't move all the way over and give us a total eclipse. So it's moving back again, and it will be moving back over the next hour or so in these locations. But we're still not at max in Istanbul, which is hanging over your head there, Graham, on our screen. And we haven't even started yet in Abu Dhabi and Karachi. So we've still got a lot of eclipses to come. It's the same eclipse, but we see it at different times. We actually have a map that we can look at on the screen and see where the eclipse shadow is moving. There it is. And what are we looking at here, Graham?
Yes, so in our top right corner here, we have a live day-night map. So this is showing the Earth. The light areas is where the sun is up. The dark areas at the side, it's nighttime. And in the middle of the sunny area over Europe and Asia, we have this yellow and orange shading. That is where the partial solar eclipse is in progress at the moment. This shows where the lighter outer part of the moon's shadow is striking the Earth at the moment. Now, like all eclipses, the moon's shadow moves across the map from west to east. So today's eclipse, it started up in northwestern Europe. It started, first of all, just north of Iceland. And the moon's shadow has been growing and moving to the west across the map. So it's nearly coming to an end for places in Western Europe. So the UK, Western Europe, they will shortly be moving out of the moon's shadow, and the eclipse will be coming to an end. In the central area of Europe, in Eastern Europe, we are round about the maximum eclipse at this stage. And then as we go further to the east, across to Abu Dhabi, Karachi, as you said, Anna, the eclipse is still to begin there because the moon's shadow hasn't quite reached that far yet. So we still have, we still have 2.5 hours of eclipse action still to go on today's live feed. We were looking, before we brought up the map, we were looking in that top right corner at the picture from Istanbul. So maximum eclipse in Istanbul is at 10:47 UTC. So in around about 10 minutes time, we'll be at eclipse max in Istanbul. Around about 38% of the sun will be covered by the moon. And we do want to say a very big thank you to our streaming partners in Istanbul. Our partners there are at the İştek Foundation Belde Schools Science Center. It is a public science outreach project that's part of the İştek Foundation. They have a museum of astronomy, they have a digital planetarium, they have an observatory, and they do fabulous outreach work and science communication work in Istanbul. And today, our partners there are 3 people in the team who are sending us this feed. We have Mert Acar, Alper Ateş, and Çizem Boz. And as always, we are very grateful to all our partners who are bringing us these wonderful pictures from across Europe and across Asia. Anna, before we go any further, you have an important safety reminder for us.
The safety reminders are always there. These beautiful glasses that you can't see through, not even at my bright lights shining at me. So yes, they're perfect for looking at the sun. Make sure that you cover your eyes with proper eclipse glasses, cover your telescopes with eclipse filters, cameras with filters, all that, because it will get broken if you don't do it, including your eyes. Be sure to go to timeanddate.live. We will have our newsfeed there with live updates on the eclipse, our partners, pictures. And while you're in there, hit subscribe. We've got another show coming up in 2 weeks. So make sure that you don't miss that. And still, we're only just under halfway in the eclipse and in our live show. So stay with us. There's lots more to come. We've got Max in Istanbul. We've got Karachi coming up and Abu Dhabi coming up. So stay tuned. And here we are again. We've been looking at a wonderful string of eclipses, and it's ended in the UK. It's about to end in Tromsø and the North Cape, and it's only just started in Karachi, and it's on its way in Abu Dhabi and in Istanbul. So, Graham, you want to tell us a little bit about our partners in Abu Dhabi?
Right, so in the top right corner of our screen, our feed coming in there from Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. This is coming from the International Astronomical Center in Abu Dhabi, which is part of the Al Khatim Observatory. This is an observatory that was built in the desert, opened at the beginning of last year. It's about 50 kilometers, around 30 miles from the city center of Abu Dhabi. And the director there is Mohammed Shokat Oder. And it is Mohammed who is sending us these terrific pictures from Abu Dhabi. So as always, thank you to Mohammed. Thank you to all of our streaming partners who are sharing their eclipse with us today. We are just over halfway through the eclipse worldwide now. Maximum eclipse worldwide came just a few minutes ago. The very deepest eclipse anywhere in the world today was in parts of Russia and Kazakhstan, where the partial eclipse got up to around 80%. The very deepest eclipse happened at 11 o'clock UTC, which was about 10 minutes ago. So worldwide, we are into the second half of the eclipse, but we're still in the first half of the local eclipse in Abu Dhabi. And as we can see in our main screen, things have only just begun in Karachi in Pakistan. It's getting quite late in the day now in Pakistan. This eclipse actually runs right up until sunset in Karachi. So we have shifted our attention from from Northwest Europe right the way across now down into Southern Asia, and we still have a lot of eclipse to enjoy from Abu Dhabi and Pakistan.
Yeah, and if you're there, if you're watching the eclipse, I have to repeat myself, wear the eclipse glasses, make sure that you cover up your eyes, put filters on your telescopes and your cameras because it will damage your eyes and your equipment. And remember to check out timeanddate.live. You can find our news feed with lots of beautiful tweets from people around the world sharing their eclipse experiences. We've got live updates, we've got our partners, we've got pictures. It's all happening there while we're away from this screen, but stay here as well because we've got some beautiful eclipses going on. But we'll see you soon.
Welcome
we're
back.
back.
You are watching this partial solar eclipse live on time and date. And where are we? The eclipse has finished across most of Europe. The eclipse has finished at our streaming locations in the UK, in Norway, in Italy. We do still have live images coming in of the eclipse further to the east. So our partners in Istanbul, we still have about half an hour of the eclipse to go in Istanbul. And we still have about an hour and a half to go for our streamers in Karachi in Pakistan, and also for the image that we're looking at on our main screen here, are pictures from Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. So we still have lots of action still to come. But in Europe, the eclipse is winding up. And that means, Anna, that it's all over for our time and date mobile observatory up in the northern wilds of Norway.
Indeed, it's been a nerve-wracking time here at Time and Date, because the last 2 weeks we've been getting daily weather updates from our boss and chief eclipse chaser, Stefan Thorsen. He's been giving us going to Poland, going to northern Finland. At some point, he was thinking of going to I think even Lithuania was on the list. It was everywhere on the list. But him and our colleague, Adalbert Michalik, ended up near the North Cape, on the very north tip of Europe. And there they found the solar eclipse Holy Trinity, at least for live streaming. You need clear skies, you need good internet connection, and you need to be at there at the right time for the eclipse. And believe me, it's been a struggle. So we're going to introduce Stefan Thorsen to join us here for an interview.
Hello.
Hi, Stefan. Oh, it looks cold there. It looks really cold there. How difficult was it to decide on a location, and how did you end up there in northern Norway?
No, it was, as you said, very difficult. There were clouds all over Northern Europe. We checked a lot of forecasts, different kinds of forecasts, and there was always clouds. There was sometimes a bit of gap in the clouds, and we kind of looked for that, but then that gap closed, and we had to find another place. So, as you said, we examined a lot of places, and we ended up then in the very northern Norway, which had kind of consistently promising weather. The challenge being this far north is the sun is very low in the sky. So even if the weather is nice above you, it has to be nice many kilometers in the direction of the sun. So there's a lot more. There's a bit of a luck to be able to get emissions of the sun this far north, and it's just like a few weeks till the polar nights start here in this latitude. So it's just there's very short days.
Wow!
And it looks very cold, Stefan.
Yeah, it does. And so you really are there at the very northern edge of mainland Europe. How was your journey there, Stefan? We've been hearing that you've had icy roads to contend with, and I don't know if this is true. Something about you couldn't get into your car this morning.
Yeah, no, it was we planned to. We had a plan to go north, and I woke up early at 6 o'clock to check the weather forecast again for the 20th time or something. And everything went mostly. The plan from yesterday was still to go around this area. We ended up in a place it's a bit south of the North Cape, but still close to it, called Skidoo, which was the plan yesterday as well. And we came to a frozen car, and we had so much problems getting in that we had to actually call the renter to help us. And that really stole a lot of time this morning. So I kind of planned with quite a bit of leave room. all the living room was taken away from us. So, and then we had to drive on very icy roads, which we Google Maps says take this much time, but it didn't take into account that the roads are icy. So it was kind of a thing. But we were able to phone this hotel. We are at that Sky D hotel and ask if there was a chance we could stay with them. They were really accommodating and have helped us a lot with power and coffee and soup and everything. Very, very nice.
Oh, that's good.
So.
That's good. And you're going to be traveling again in just over a week, and it won't be as cold. Where are you going, and why are you going there?
And then we're going to the US, to Roswell in New Mexico, which is quite different, very different than this Arctic climate we are currently at. So then it's the total lunar eclipse we're going to capture there in a hopefully a bit warmer environment. I have five layers of clothing to keep me warm. I'm still freezing. So it's just sitting still is kind of the problem for this long. But it's nice. Yeah.
And why
Yes.
Roswell? Yeah, it's worth it. Yes, of course it is. And why Roswell?
Now, Roswell, it's first of all, the conditions there are very nice, but the main reason is that there's annular solar eclipse in a year later, which is also passing in the same area. So we aim to visit Roswell twice. So in 2 weeks from now, and again in about a year from now. So it's kind of nice to actually go somewhere you've been before, because then you know a bit more what to expect, and it's easier to plan for.
Yes. So we've got lots more great eclipses coming up. Stefan, I think we're going to let you go and get warmed up there. Thanks for the great images from North Cape today. Spectacular stuff. Don't forget to keep an eye on timeanddate.live. That's our live news feed with updates on this eclipse, on our partners. We've got lots of pictures and lots more there. And also don't forget to hit the subscribe button on our YouTube channel so you don't miss out on future eclipse broadcasts, including 2 weeks from today, the total lunar eclipse live from New Mexico. And Anna and I will be back with you very shortly. Welcome back. We are watching this partial solar eclipse on time and date. And our eclipse in Istanbul in Turkey is almost finished. In our top right corner, we can see that the moon has almost completely moved off the face of the sun there. The eclipse will actually be ending at 11:59 UTC. So there is just 5 more minutes of the eclipse to run in Istanbul, Turkey. We still have a lot of eclipse to come in Abu Dhabi and in Karachi, Pakistan. On our main screen, we have our images from Karachi. We're approaching maximum eclipse there. At 12:01 UTC, we will be at the deepest eclipse in Karachi. That will be about 39% of the sun's disk covered by the moon. We want to say a big thank you to our streaming partners there in Karachi. These are Yusuf Ali and Saeed Abbas at Astron Instruments. Astron Instruments, it was the brainchild of 2 physics enthusiasts, and they set up Astron Instruments to sell telescopes and radio telescopes in Pakistan, and they also aim to nurture and support local scientific endeavors, and we are very grateful to them for sharing their view of this eclipse today. They had to find the right spot for streaming this eclipse because we are nearing sunset in Karachi. In fact, the sun will set just moments before the eclipse ends in Karachi. So this is very much a late afternoon eclipse as the sun is sinking down towards the horizon there in Karachi. So we still have about an hour to go. To recap, we started this live stream a few hours ago. We saw the eclipse moving across Asia, across Europe into Asia. And Anna, I think you have something for us.
We do. We have a little treat. It's kind of a recap that as well from Italy, and this is from our friends Paolo Romano and Giuseppe Cutispoto in Catania. That's in Sicily, Italy, and they've made a time lapse for us. They are at the ENAF Observatory in Catania. That's in Italian National Institute for Astrophysics. It's a long name. It's easy to say, ENAF, and they have made a time lapse. They've been taking pictures every 10 seconds and they've put it together to make a cute little video for us. So have a look. Now that's pretty awesome, isn't it, Graham?
That's great. That's a really nice action replay of 2 hours of partial eclipse there in Catania in Sicily. And yes, we want to say thank you again to the National Institute for Astrophysics in Italy for that time lapse from Catania. And also earlier, we were looking at live pictures coming from the ENAF Observatory in Naples in Italy. We are still going in Karachi. We are just finishing there in Istanbul, and we still have pictures coming in from Abu Dhabi. So we still have 1 hour to go in our live stream today. Be sure to keep an eye on timeanddate.com live. That's our live news feed with all of the latest updates and pictures of this eclipse. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can watch future eclipses, including in 2 weeks' time, a total lunar eclipse also here on Time and Date. And as always, Anna and I will be back very shortly. welcome back to Time and Date, where we have been enjoying this partial solar eclipse across Europe and Asia. We were talking at the beginning of the live stream about clouds, because here we are in late October. This eclipse was happening over Central Europe, Western Asia. These are areas that traditionally have a lot of cloud cover at this time of year. Generally speaking, we have been very fortunate with clouds. We've had some great pictures of the sun from all of our partners around Europe and Asia today, with one exception. This is Vilnius University in Lithuania, and we have live pictures from them now in the top right corner of the screen. We can see a beautiful forest. We can just see the dome of their observatory down in the bottom left of the video coming from there. And we can also see a very, very grey sky. And this is what we've been looking at in Lithuania all day today, and I think all of yesterday as well. Just very thick cloud, very grey sky, and Anna, that has been awful luck for our partners there at Vilnius University.
It has been, and messages from Vilnius University has been rainy, cloudy, not going to happen. So we're going to still talk to and commiserate with Sharonas Mykolaitis at Vilnius University. And he should be coming up on the screen right now. And there you are. How are you, Sharonas?
Hi, nice to see everyone, and nice to see all the streams. I am disappointed a little bit, well, but you know, the life is life and clouds are clouds, yeah.
Yeah, we're so sorry about those clouds.
Yeah. Now, Sharonas, you're part of the Institute of Theoretical Physics and Astronomy there at Vilnius University. Could you tell us a little bit about some of the research you do and some of the great outreach work that you do there?
Yes, certainly. So basically in our, if we're talking about our research, so basically, let's say our group is doing classical stellar spectroscopy observations and also analysis and so on. We are part of such kind of surveys like Gaia ESO survey and so on. We're just finishing our Gaia ESO survey work, which was very nice and very big thing in some years ago. Well, in talking about outreach, so you saw the stream from our observatory. So we tried to do the solar eclipse stream from our Molėtų Astronomical Observatory, that is around 80 kilometers north from Vilnius. Our main base of our astronomers is in Vilnius, and our observation base, let's say, it's Molėtų Astronomical Observatory. It's basically like all observatories, probably all observatories. Our observatory also is benefiting from the very beautiful surroundings. It's Labanores Regional Park with a huge amount of lakes around and lots of forests, and actually at the moment gray sky, which is kind of disappointing. Yes, but it's quite interesting to be, you know, like the only group that is actually showing the gray sky. I was actually thinking that that we will have more bad luck, you know. So actually this stream campaign was amazingly successful, except us.
But you did have success. You had, we had to postpone our interview with you because you had to suddenly meet a school class. What happened there?
Well, it's basically, observatory is usually like a very attractive place for people to visit. And at the moment, we are in some kind of some schools in our country already having the holiday season, because we have school holidays around this time, this week or next week. So schools are traveling all around. And suddenly one school decided that they really, really, really need to see observatory as soon as possible, because it's super important for them. And actually, I can understand why. It's very interesting. So I was probably the only one who was able to meet them, and I was really, really excited, actually to show your streams, and every stream one by one to them, and we had a nice talk about all the solar, lunar eclipse, Venus transit, Mercury transit, and so on. So usually, this was a very, very nice occasion. Of course, I'm sorry for the delay of the stream, but of this
No
talk.
problem.
But children first.
Yes, of course. And you've told us that the work in your country is a lot of children first and a lot of outreach, because astronomy is super popular. And what do Lithuanians get most excited about?
Well, basically, Lithuanians are most excited probably about recent things that happened at the moment. So solar eclipse. If we would have a clear sky, so we would have a lot of people, lot of astronomy clubs that are actually observing the solar eclipse at the moment, and sometimes in the center of the city, or in small town, in the schools and everything, it would happen. People are excited about new major steps in astronomy, like James Webb Space Telescope launch, and beautiful pictures of Hubble, of course. But people are basically also very, very interested in very exotic things of astronomy, like black holes and strings and so on. Like you have lots of questions about those kind of topics, and those questions actually push our limits forward, of understanding. We have to think and learn more and more, and especially how to learn how to explain those super complicated things in a bit more understandable manner. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, that is a huge challenge for science communicators in the area of astronomy, for sure. Yes. Hey, Sharunash, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today. You've had a busy morning, even though you've had those grey skies. You've been keeping very busy with children and tours and talking to us. And thank you for that. And we wish you better luck for the next eclipse in Lithuania.
We will do it together.
Absolutely. Yes. In the meantime, we still have about 40 minutes to go on our live stream today on time and date. We've got our pictures from Abu Dhabi on the main screen now. The eclipse will be ending there at 12:54 UTC, so in just over half an hour's time. The eclipse is also still going in Karachi in Pakistan. It will be ending there at 12:59, except a few minutes before that, we will also have sunset in Karachi. So we still have all of that to come on our live stream. Don't forget to have a look at timeanddate.live, our live news feed with pictures and updates and lots more. And Anna and I will be back with you here very shortly.
And here we are again. We still have 20 minutes to go. We're looking at some beautiful suns there from Abu Dhabi and Karachi. And the moon is moving away from both of them, but we're still looking at an eclipsed sun from these locations. The sun is low in the sky. We've seen birds fly across. We've even seen some planes fly across our telescope images. So it's been really cool to look at. So we've been really enjoying these images and lucky for having such clear skies in Abu Dhabi and Karachi, and also lucky to have clear skies across pretty much all of Europe. So our finger crossing has been working this time. We do have an eclipse sunset coming up in Karachi, so please hang with us a bit more. And also we have to repeat all our lovely partners. We've been giving you tidbits along the show, but here they are. We've got Tromsø, in Tromsø, Norway, we've got the Arctic University. They're streaming with us. Vilnius University in Lithuania, they got clouded out, unfortunately. We were talking to them just a minute ago. In the UK, we work with Ghost Stargazing in Durham and with the Royal Observatory in Greenwich in the UK. In Siena, Italy, we work with the University of Siena. We had a good chat with Alessandro and Claudio there. Also in Italy, the Italian National Institute for Astrophysics, we like to call them ENAF. They were in Naples and in Catania in Sicily, where we got that beautiful little time lapse there. We work with the ISTEC Science Center in Istanbul in Turkey. And looking at these images now, we have in Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates is the International Astronomical Center, and they're still streaming the eclipse. And last but not least, we've got Karachi, Pakistan. That looks like they're almost got some clouds, so kind of hitting a bit of atmosphere there as the sun is getting low. Astron instruments have been helping us out today there. But we're not done, are we, Graham?
No, we only have about 15 minutes left of this eclipse, but we do have lots more exciting eclipses coming up. And I think we have a slide, yes, with some key dates of some of the forthcoming eclipses that you can watch here live on Time and Date. The first one is in 2 weeks' time, a total lunar eclipse across North America, Australia, Asia, the Pacific. We will be back here in 2 weeks to bring that eclipse to you live. 6 months after that, we are beginning a very spectacular run of solar eclipses. In April next year, we start with a total solar eclipse that will cross the northwest cape of Australia, and we will be bringing live pictures of totality from Australia. 6 months after that, we have an annular solar eclipse that will cross the United States, Mexico, Central America, Colombia, and Brazil. And again, we will have live pictures of that here on Time and Date. And then going into 2024, we have the final eclipse in this big run of eclipses, a total solar eclipse across Mexico, the United States, and Canada. So yes, a total lunar eclipse in 2 weeks' time, and then starting from next year, a very big run of dramatic solar eclipses here on Time and Date.
And we're going to leave you with the eclipse ending in Abu Dhabi and maybe the eclipse sun setting in Karachi. It looks like they've removed the filter there off their camera, so we'll see what happens there. There's always a bit of challenges when you're working with telescopes and filters. Be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel to not miss out on all these wonderful live streams coming up, and check out all our resources on timeanddate.live. There's all kinds of stuff that you can recap this gorgeous eclipse with us there. And we're going to see you in 2 weeks. But in the meantime, we're going to leave you with these images from Abu Dhabi, hopefully a bit of Karachi. We'll see what happens there. And bye, and keep watching.
a meteor.
Find your home and even more details on time and day. And subscribe to join us next time.